All right, I don't know what happened. We lost the stream. Trying it again. Let's just see what happens here. You know, we were starting to roll along there pretty good, and the thing just lost the stream. So I just restarted another one. Hopefully I don't screw it up. Let's see what happened. All right, it looks like we're back. So, give me 2 minutes or a minute just to get this set up here. Make sure we don't screw it up. I don't know what happened. It just completely went offline. You know, good signal. I'm on strong Wi-Fi here in the building in my shop. So I don't know what got it. All right, John. It's loud and clear. Good. All right, let's see what we can do here and see if we can make this thing actually work. I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm going to share it a couple places real quick, just to get it back up and out. Sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean. I don't know what caused the delay here. But let me see if I can get this thing to work again. Because obviously the last link is not working. Hopefully this one will work. Let's see what happens there. All right, let's try this again. Post it up right on my page, share it to just a couple of quick pages, and we'll move forward. Send it to Muscle Mini Bike Builds. Send it over to Mini Bike Nation. And let it go from there. All right. We're done. Let's see what we got here. I don't know. All right. I think we got it finally. Yeah, looks like I got 3 people watching. I can't see any of the chat because I'm watching it on my tablet. But let me see if I turn the tablet upright. Does it set it up that I can see the chat? So if there's some questions, I can pick it up with you guys. Live chat. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, now it looks like we got it. Dave Darnell, how you doing, buddy? Do I sound okay? Is everything cool? All right, listen, we wasted enough time here. Before this thing blows up or the space shuttle crashes into the Earth, I got to get rolling. So let's see what we can do here. So, Rick, you're watching. Here's your motor. Here's all your parts. So we're putting this thing together live, and hopefully it doesn't turn into a train wreck. So we'll see what happens here. I'm going to move this out of the way. Over here. So at least if anybody's got any questions, I can kind of see what's happening here. And that's it. And there's probably about an 8 or 10 second delay between the stream and what I'm watching here. So, all right, that's it. Everybody, how you doing? Joe, Muscle Mini Bike Builds. I'm going to say it again. We're live, YouTube, live stream. Going to do a complete build up on a Predator 212 from unboxing, tear it down, put it back together, put all the hot rod parts in it, and fire this thing up. It's going to take a couple hours. Is everybody going to stick around to the end? No, you got a life and you got things to do. I get it. But as long as you stick around, enjoy, you know, make some comments, tell me what you want to see. I'll answer when I can. I got the live stream going with the chat next to it set up on my tablet. So I'll try to follow along best I can. I'm going to try not to move this camera from this position so we kind of cover everything and what's going on. The only time I may rotate it over is just when I have to set the bearings with the crank and the vise so I can plastic gauge the crank, make sure everything's good. Other than that, I don't want to have to kind of move too much stuff. So without any further ado, as they say, let's get this thing rolling. Brand new Predator 212 non-Hemi, belongs to a customer, Rick here in Phoenix. We're doing a whole build for him. I decided to do this one live in real time, give it a shot. I don't know if anybody's ever done it before, but I figured, what the hell. And like I said, let's try to make this a complete success, not a complete mess. That's all I've been saying all along. Sorry about the stream before. I don't know why it fell off. It just did, but I don't know. Technology, man, technology. So let's just keep going here. Open the box, start, and we'll go right from there. I'll tell you the worst part about this thing, is doing this work, is not having a radio on in the background. And because of copyright infringements and stuff like that with YouTube and my channel, you know, you put music on in the background, somebody picks up on a song that was, you know, produced in 1968, boom, they lock your video. You can't get it monetized. It doesn't do anything. It just turns into a dead video. When I did a video at Joe's Mini Bike Reunion this year, I did a walk around, you know, and I was just showing the thing. It was about, I don't know, 3 or 4 minute video. I uploaded it real quick. They copyright infringed the video because in the background there was a radio playing, and you know, I don't know, it was the Mamas and Papas or something were playing in the background, you know, and not my music. I didn't put it in there, but they do that. So that's why it sucks to work in the shop without the radio. All right, here we go. Brand new motor. Here's a spark plug kit that nobody ever uses. Get rid of that. Ah, nothing like the smell of fresh Chinese metal. This thing down. Let's pick this bad boy up and not take out my back. And there we go. Brand new Harbor Freight 212 non-Hemi, the preferred engine of performance builds. Move that out of the way. Close the knife so I don't cut my fingers off. Let's see what we got here. Brand new motor. Fresh out of the box. As a lot of you guys know, these 212s have been scarce, man. You know, it has to do with the tariffs and stuff like that. It's finally catching up to the stuff from China. Then you got the whole virus thing. Everything got shut down. So Harbor Freight gets half a dozen of these motors in usually every Friday. At least the one out here in Phoenix does by me on Bell Road. And man, if you don't get there by 10, 11 o'clock, they're gone. I was going to go there early yesterday morning and snatch, you know, every one that I could, just to have them, but I'm not doing that many engine builds right now, and I'd rather let the guys that want the motors, let them go in and get them. If they want to build them, bring them to me, whatever they do it. Other than that, they'll pick back up. There's 2 reasons for the slowdown in production, from what I was told, okay? And this was from somebody in upper management, Harbor Freight. There's a new style motor coming out. The original idea was to wind down production on what they had, start ramping up production on the new motor, whatever that's going to be, or whatever change motor it's going to be, and then phase this one out completely. The tariff thing hit, the trade wars, whatever you want to call it. So they didn't really get to wind up production on the new motor, but they already started winding down production on this motor. So they had to start production back up again. So that's why there was kind of a low spot getting motors, allegedly. So that's all I can tell you. And that's it. So we're going to start with this motor here. Basically, I'm going to just put it over on my engine stand over here. And we're just going to start the tear down on it, which actually goes fairly fairly quickly. Let me get my zip gun. Battery. And here's the thing on these motors. You can't use an impact gun when you put these things together, okay? You can take them apart with an impact gun, but a lot of the bolts and stuff, you whack them with a good strong impact gun. You're just gonna strip them out, break the bolts, whatever. So I kind of refrain from that. I got a little cheap Chicago Electric impact that makes like no power, and it's perfect for putting a motor together because you'll never break anything with it. And a lot of times you can't loosen a lot of things with it because it isn't that strong enough. But it's good to put the motor together and then go back with a torque wrench, torque the side cover, the head, stuff like that. When you're on the side cover bolts, even though this is, one of these Harbor Freight new style impact, it's a Bauer, which is, I think now they call it Icon. This thing will strip out, side cover bolts on a Predator 212 now. These old ones that they used to sell, no, that's not going to do it. So that's just my personal theory on all that crap. Okay, looks like we got some people watching. All right, let's get rolling here. Let's yank this thing apart and get this build done. I kind of want to just keep this tablet nearby just as a reference so I can kind of see what's going on and not miss anything, or the thing shuts down and I'm working for 20 minutes, like an idiot. I drink like an idiot by myself and talking to myself like a moron. Not like I haven't done it before. All right, so let me just see. This camera shot look okay. It's a little delayed there, so I can't tell for a couple of seconds, but it should be all right. Let me just see them. Now it's catch up. I guess it's on about a 15-second delay. All right. See, about the only thing that this cheapy little impact gun will take off is the side cover. I mean, not the side cover, the blower cover and the recoil. Other than that, it really isn't strong enough. That's why I don't worry about breaking any bolts with it when I use it to put stuff together. That unplugged. That unplugged. Good there. Alright. I got to keep tools set up on a little magnet tray over here, so you can kind of whip it. All the other nuts and bolts I put on another magnet tray to keep everything together. Pretty much everything's all the same size. And you know what it is after you've taken it all apart half a dozen times. So that thing won't even take the screw out, the bolt out that holds the back side of the tank. So that's why I'm never too worried about it breaking anything, putting it back together. This one, on the other hand, not a problem. You know, the nice thing about taking these motors apart, if you've done a couple of them, is that it really doesn't take a whole lot, not a lot of tools, not a lot of time. You can knock the thing out in about 10 or 15 minutes. I don't know, I just find it relaxing taking these things apart for some reason. Just, I don't know, I like it, you know, just kind of like mental therapy, I guess, you know. A lot of these pieces that I keep, stock linkages and stuff like that, when I do a lot of governor removals and you're taking the governor arm out and all that stuff, you got to make the throttle work. So basically, I take this, I cut it, I put a bend in it, I reconnect it up here, drill a hole, put a rod stop on it, and then this will convert it into a new throttle and run off your cable, and you don't have to go out and buy anything. So it makes for a nice, easy swap. As far as hardware, you end up with a shitload of hardware left over when you're doing one of these builds also. So we'll just keep moving along here. Choose the bigger one that just takes stuff apart. Another thing, a lot of these springs, I got a bucket for certain parts of these motors that I keep. 99% of them will never get used again, but every now and then you need, you know, one of those little stupid screws or a spring or something like that. And I have them, so I got basically 3 cups up on my bench, the 3 most common sizes of these things. And you know, those are the 3 parts that I always seem to save, and you know, they'll rescue you sometime in on a repair job when you're doing something. You know, it's just the way it is. Sorry I keep walking away from the camera. I just got to grab certain tools as we're going along. I had mostly everything set up. But every now and then you forget something. Generator arm. I must have 50 of these things floating around. Now I only got 49. Okay, so that's out of the way. One of the things I like to do to take the flywheel off, and this is just me, this is how I do it. And by the way, I try to use impact sockets as much as possible. Yeah, I must get the right set. Let's get this flywheel pulled off. Never use this again. And getting the flywheel off. Here's how I do it. Run the bolt back on, protect the threads. With my little lump hammer. Do not lay it out. Over here. All right. So, take a pry bar, put it down between the block and the flywheel, give it a little tap. Now it kind of preloads. It kind of preloads this. Done. That's how you do it, guys. Prying and dude, preload it. Give it a little snap. What it does is it shock loads it, and that's what pops it off. There you go. Another piece of worthless iron that gets thrown away. Okay. So when I take these things apart, I take everything apart. I like to strip the entire block down. You know, why do you have to take the coil off? No, but I like to get it all out of the way. And I'm going to convert the wire on that coil to a fire wire as well, so that'll get done. Probably not this build. I'll do that after everything's done when I start tuning the motor in. All right, let's yank the valve cover. The only gasket I reuse, is the valve cover. It gets a new side cover gasket, it gets a new head gasket, and of course it's going to have a 24 millimeter Mikuni on it, so it's going to get new gaskets for the intake manifold and the carburetor. But I do not reuse head gaskets. I do not like to reuse side cover gaskets, even if the motor's brand new. They've been crushed once, you crush them again, you're going to end up with a leak. A lot of guys don't. A lot of guys will use right stuff, which is good. Don't get me wrong, I've been using that shit on race cars for years. It is good stuff. But when you start new, just put a new gasket in, man. I got piles of them. You know, they're a couple bucks a piece. It's good insurance. All right, so let's. I gotta get that keyway out of there, and I gotta get the keyway out of the flywheel side as well. Couple light taps, don't hammer it, don't smash it, don't whack it, just get a little punch, get a little thing, and just give it a light tap. You'll push it right up and out of its groove. Okay, and when you take it apart, you can't see it in the picture, but there's a little green check mark, believe it or not, from the manufacturer when they put it together to make sure it was put in right before they suck the flywheel onto it. Same thing with the PTO side. Get the key stock out of it. Just take everything apart. You know, just if you're gonna do it, man, take everything apart, inspect everything. You know, sometimes you're gonna have to do some clearancing on the motor, depending on cam size and valve train and stuff like that. We'll get into that as we go along a little bit later. Let me get this muffler out of the way. This thing will never see light again. See what I mean? I told you that little gun isn't strong enough. So for putting stuff together, it's absolutely perfect because you're never going to over torque something and break it. This big one, it will. Stock muffler. I throw probably 5 to 6 of these away a week. I keep a couple lying around. Occasionally guys need them, and I'll give them away. If somebody wants one, you can come over and take one. I keep 2 or 3 on the shelf. And when it gets down to 0, I throw another one back on the shelf. You know, if I can help somebody out. Exhaust gasket is probably one of the other gaskets that I reuse because they're thick enough they'll recrush and they'll be okay. One of the things I do at this point, since the governor arm's already off and the rod's already starting to fall in, and you can do it, is basically get rid of your governor right on the inside. Now, right here is where they press in the shaft on the inside of the motor. The governor gear rides on, and that whole assembly. A lot of guys will, you know, break apart the gear or dig out the clip and get the clip off and they'll leave the post in there. There's no reason to. There really isn't. You can just take it, you can just knock it right out. So a couple of little love taps. See, now the thing fell inside the motor, but I'm opening the motor up anyway, so it doesn't matter. The governor rod on the opening up here, that's already starting to drop down in the motor, but it only goes so far depending on where the crank is and what position it's in, and it'll just kind of stop. You can rotate the crank to a certain point, you can get it out, but we're going to take everything out, so it's not really going to make a difference. Just looking at some comments. Yeah, Mike, you'll be getting your bikes back soon, brother. We'll be working on them next week. They're sitting up next, they're the second or third bikes in line for work. You saw my shop's like, we are jammed today. Well, actually, we're jammed all week. Okay. Let's open the side cover up. 10 millimeter. I'll tell you, these magnet trays are great, man. Put the stuff down, they don't go anywhere, you don't lose anything. No excuse. All right, there we go. See, even though this gasket looks like it's still good and brand new, it's been crushed. It's got a crush section on it. So it's just cheap insurance, man. Put a fresh gasket in the thing. Because then you're going to put it all together, and all of a sudden you're going to end up with that typical stain on the bottom of the engine plate. Shit's going to be everywhere. It's going to get slung around. Just put a new gasket in it. All right, motor's open. Pull the cam out. Lifters are obviously naturally going to fall out. There are the lifters. Them right up here. Stock cam. No time on it other than probably 10 seconds of running time that the factory does. Hasta la vista. Inside the motor, you got the low oil sensor. I take that out, okay? So that can be removed. Now here's all the pieces of the governor setup. Here's the rod. Here's the rod that we knocked out. Okay, that was the rod that was pressing. That got knocked out. Here's a shim that's in there. The governor gear is still sitting right in here. So here's everything. So here's your governor. Spins, throws the weights out. The weights push this plastic piece up, and the plastic piece pushes the arm. The arm pulls the throttle back. We all know how it works. So all that's removed in one spell swoop. Inside, we got 2 more 8 millimeters to take the oil sensor out. That's done. Cut the oil sensor wire. There's your oil sensor. All it is a float switch. Maintain, oil level maintains. It drops too low, cuts the ignition out. It don't run. Check your oil, guys. And the other thing on these things, you want to make these engines last and run good. Use a quality oil and change it a lot. I honestly change my oil every 2 to 3 hours. And how do I calculate 2 to 3 hours or 2 to 4 hours of running time? I ride my bikes generally once a week. Saturday night, we always do our big rides out here in Phoenix. And we're riding for 2 hours, hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours. So every other ride, I change the oil on the bike. So the bike can have anywhere from 2 to 5 hours on it. And it usually comes out pretty clean. But in 4 hours, it gets dirty. These motors have no filters in them. There's constantly metal coming off the crank and the rod, bearings and stuff like that, and the oil gets contaminated. It's just the way it is. So that's one thing to consider. So change the oil as often as possible. And surprisingly, this motor's got a lot of oil left in it from the factory. Let me see if you can see that. But yeah, there's usually half that in there. So I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign. Maybe it's a good sign. I don't know. But that oil's basically, obviously they're junk oil, but you can see what's in there. I'm just going to dump it out real quick. All right, there we go. I got a waste oil tank over there. I just wanted to dump it out into it. Stock push rods, they came out when I tilted the motor over, obviously, because it's taken apart. But these aren't getting motors getting chrome moly push rods. So I'll just put these off to the side. Still a little puddle oil in the bottom. Show that in there, it'll soak it up over taking the rest of this shit apart. When I pull the oil sensor out, I just cut the line off, cut the wire off, I leave the fitting in, and when you cut it off at the base of the fitting, here's the remainder of the plastic sleeve or rubber sleeve that goes up. Just take it off. And then on the outside, I just cut it flush with the engine, and I leave that one fitting in. And then put a little silicone on the tip, and it doesn't leak out. And you basically seal the hole up that way. Everybody always asks, "What's this? What does this do? What does that do?" Well, I think that's a proton reverser, and what it does is it takes protons and neutrons in the air and spins them around when the motor's running. No, it's not. This is just a low oil module, and basically all it is I don't know if it's a relay or it's just, they call it the low oil module. That's all it is. It has to do with the low oil switch. So when it activates it, it sends a signal to the motor. I don't save them for any reason, but what I do save is I usually cut the ends off the plugs, because occasionally you can use them if you're wiring a kill switch and you need a male or a female. So that much of it I will save. Now just throw the rest of it away. There's a bucket I keep them in. Here goes the module. This goes into a bucket, and that's done. So if you need a male or a female plug-in connection for something, you got one. All right. No matter how much you prepare and set shit up, you always run out of room. It's amazing. Put the guns back here, put the hammer back here. There we go. Okay. So, at this point, let's yank the head off. Amazing how weak that little gun is, just to get that little bolt off that holds the tin on the side. Make sure you keep track of your dowels out of the motor. There's 2 of them. That's why I use a magnet tray, keeps everything together. Here's the lid gasket, not using it. And bolts. All right, we got to pull these studs out. We're going to change these valve springs out of it. That will get done here in a couple of minutes. Tools out that I normally use. Putting 26-pound springs in it. Another neat gadget I got these from Danny Youngblood, and I'll show you how these work later. There's a Hemi version and a non-Hemi version. The only difference between the Hemi and the non-Hemi is the size of the holes on the for the cam. Hemi's got a different cam bearing end size, so that's about it. And these go on the block. You put everything in line up this way. You can rotate the crank with the cam, make sure there's no clearance issues to the block. So these are kind of nice. You can look up Danny Youngblood on either Muscle Mini Bikes or Mini Bike Nation. He's out there and he makes some amazing stuff. The guy's an unbelievable machinist. So I bought them from him a while ago. That. got a couple of tools that I keep specific just for working on these. I got this nice 1/4-inch drive, really flat, long, and thin, double-ended ratchet. 1/4-inch drive, 3/8 drive. I never really use the 3/8. But what's nice is you can get inside the motor to crack everything loose, and then I've got my trusty Snap-on inch-pound torque wrench. I've had this for 28 years, I guess. I bought it probably in the early 90s when I was doing flathead motors and I was racing karts. And this way you had plenty of room to get in. And then I got one socket I keep ground down, and this gets used when I use side cover studs on a side cover. Instead of using the stock Allen bolts that they come with, like when you buy an ARC side cover, I like to use studs. But you can't use a regular socket to fit in there to tighten it up because the opening isn't quite big enough. So I custom ground down a 10 millimeter, a 13 millimeter socket, 1/2 inch, to get in there and tighten those head bolts down when I put them in. Alrighty, where are we at here? Now we're getting close to get the crank out of it. Got some of my basic tools out that we're going to use. Ring sprinkler pressure, yeah. Okay. Let me go grab another towel here. Hang on one second. So this metal box that I'm working on, I turned it into basically an engine building stand, but that's not what it was ever built for. A buddy of mine last year ended up buying a new house, and in the closet was a safe, and the safe was mounted on top of this. This was bolted into the floor with 4 giant anchor bolts, and then it had a cover that slid over it that through bolted, and then the safe through bolted on top of that through the inside of the safe. So to get this thing out, you had to get the safe open, unbolt the safe. Once you got the safe unbolted, it exposed the bolts that are on the top of this thing. You can take that off. Then the cover comes off of this thing, and then you can get to the anchor bolts that went into the concrete down below. So when I saw it at his house when he was doing some renovations after he moved into this joint, I was like, dude, what is that black metal box? He goes, oh, come here. So I go, he shows me, I go in a walk-in closet in the master bedroom, and he told me the whole deal, you know? I was like, why? He goes, because the guy that owned the house before me was a fat fuck and didn't want to bend over. I thought that was kind of funny. So the guy didn't want to bend over to get to his safe. He had to have it at this level. Apparently the guy was a big bastard. So we joked about it. So anyway, I said, what are you going to do with it? He goes, nothing. Get rid of it. He goes, you want it? I said, yeah. So I turned it into a combination engine build, test stand. I got a throttle set up on it. I put my test fuel tank on it. It works out okay. I'm going to unbolt it and open it up again because I do have a couple of bolt holes set to bolt the motor down. And I'm going to cut one half of the one cover goes like this. So the whole thing comes off and it exposes it. I'm just going to cut the one side, put a couple shelves in there, and this way I can keep some shit stored in it. And that's it. I've had a couple people ask me, hey Joe, where'd you get that engine stand? Well, that's where I got it. All right, so now I'm going to get the crank out of this thing. And you can see the governor rod is basically hanging in there. You can force it out and get it out without taking it all apart, but at this point, it just doesn't pay. Everything's apart. But before I pull the piston and rod out, I want to take a quick measurement. And let's see how far in the hole this piston is. Just by feel, I'm going to say about 22 to 24 thousandths, but I'm going to check it. I did get a new rod, new ARC rod, and it's a plus 20 rod, which puts that stock piston just about flat deck. Let me get my little measuring tool and see what we got. I don't know how this whole stream is going over. Is it boring as hell? I don't know. I'm just sitting here rambling and talking to myself like an idiot. But I'm having a good time anyway. Matthew Lopez. Oh, you thought that fat fuck joke was pretty funny, right? I got a couple buddies that are fat fucks. We joke about it all the time. It's like an East Coast thing, I think, when you call somebody a fat fuck. You know, I'm originally from New York, as most of you guys know. All right, so let's see what we got here. Just a light measurement. I'm guessing 22 to 24, somewhere in there. Zero it out. And we're on millimeter. Fuck, dude. I can't be that lucky. Can you read that? 26 thousandths. 26 thousandths. Which is about what they usually end up at. So now you do a plus 20 rod. Now the motor's technically 6 thousandths in the hole, so you increase the length of the rod a little bit. The last motor I did for Chris, and Chris, if you're watching, no, you're not watching, you're out on that ride today, I think out in Tempe. Your motor was 24 thousandths in the hole. You got a 20 over rod, so now it's barely 4 thousandths in with the 09 thousandths head gasket, so it gives it a good amount of squeeze. Next round on that motor, we're going to go in and do some head work and mill the head and go to the next level. All right, so we know where what we started with. I like to check it from the beginning. That's done. Oh, okay. So now let's get the stock rod unbolted. And this is where this nice little wrench comes into play. It's nice and small. It's thin. Pittsburgh tool, Harbor Freight, by the way. So spin the motor, get enough room to get it in there. You know, with these supposed new Harbor Freight motor or new generation Harbor Freight motor coming out, I don't know what they're changing. Nobody knows what they're changing. You know, it might just, maybe it's an emissions thing. You know, California's got a little different deal on motors than we do because they do like it's a pollution control device, and basically what it is like like an EGR, like an exhaust gas recirculator, or it's a evap system where it always pulls the fumes out of the tank. I mean, we got a vented tank that pulls it back into the air box to suck the fumes out of it, but Cali's a little bit different on their deal. So maybe they're going to do a 50-state legal on all the motors. I don't know. Haven't heard anything other than that supposedly there's a new style change coming out. Or maybe it's just looks. Who knows? But with all these motors out there, and they're all basically, there's two motors. There's a Predator 212 and there's a clone, and everything else is a clone, based like on a Honda. What are they going to change? I mean, the aftermarket is so zooped up and rared up for this, and we have such a good time with it. What are you going to start with something completely new and everybody's going to have to retool? I mean, that would just be stupidity. But big corporations have been known not to be the smartest individuals in the world. All right. There's the old rod and rod bolts. I do keep the rod bolts because they're hardened bolts. Sometimes you could use the bolts. And I keep one rod lying around. Occasionally a guy will break a rod. Rod is good. Doesn't want to put an aftermarket rod in it. I have it. If you want it, you're welcome to it. Otherwise, they're just going to get tossed. There we go. Pistons out. And now we can pull the crank. Try not to bounce the crank around, and screw around with it. So, here's your gear for your governor. I usually knock them off. Like, once I get this thing over in the vise and we get the rod set up on it, I'll put it in there and I'll knock that gear off. No reason to have it on there. Doesn't hurt it being on there. Doesn't hurt, not being on there. So that's all good. there, that back there. Bare strip block. Nothing left to it. But I do like to take some brake clean, wash it all out, and clean it out, because you will find, here, I'm gonna rub my fingers in it alone. Yeah, there's bits of metal in here I can see on my fingers on a brand new motor. It's, these things are not built in the cleanest environment. Every motor I have on any of my bikes that have Predator motors or Tillotson motors, every motor is completely torn down and then built the way I like to build it. I don't run anything stock. And even if it's just a flywheel rod mile cam, I still take it all down, take the motor apart, clean everything, put it back together. That's probably the reason why my shit lasts and doesn't break. I don't spin rods, I don't break rods, I don't burn out bearings, I don't wipe out, my motors just don't come apart. But I'm not real hard on my shit anyway, and I change the oil way more often than you probably need to, but that's just me. Here's your governor arm. That's what activates the governor. That can come out. And then, like with the other one, there's also a washer. Okay, it's a shim, really, that's in there. You got to make sure you get those in. Because some guys will leave those in, put the motor all back together. And then here's the other one that was on the governor side of it right there. See that? Guys will leave those things in, or forget about them, or not know that they're in there. The thing will drop down in the motor, get sucked up in the oil, get whipped around, and it'll take the motor out. It can happen. It can happen. All right. So that's all done. Now, before we put this all back together, we're going to wash this thing out. A little brake clean, flush it clean, and make sure the motor's all good. But what I want to do right now is I want to put the cam in, with the cam holding tool, and make sure there's no clearance against it and the clearance issues against it and the crankshaft. Now, there won't be, because it's not a big cam. We're not putting crazy rockers in the thing. From Go Power Sports, it's the Hot 265 Predator cam. I run this cam in a couple of motors. Good little cam. I like the performance of it. Dyno Cams makes it for them. There's the cam. Now, like I was saying, on the little engine assembly tool I bought from Danny Youngblood, there is a difference versus a Hemi versus a non-Hemi. It all has to do with, I'll show you. It all basically has to do with the size on the end of the cam. And that's why he makes two different ones. There's one that doesn't fit, then there's one that fits perfectly. It's a microscopic difference, probably 1 millimeter overall, which becomes a 0.5 millimeter side to side. And that's the only difference. That's the only difference, is the size. So, mine's marked. We got a little tab on it for a Predator. So now we'll put the crank back in, reline it back up, dot to dot like it's supposed to, and then I'm going to rotate it around with that tool on it and make sure there's no clearance issues. A lot of guys don't do this. They just slap together and wonder why the motor is already locked up. Or then they got a noise in it. I'm too tall. There we go. Okay. So, this lines up to one of the dowel pins. This goes over the crank. What I like to do is a little drop of oil. My trusty little oil dripper. Quick background story on this thing. Yeah, I know, I talk a lot. That's just what I do. I've had this thing since I was probably 12 years old. I used to use it on my first mini bike. My dad gave it to me. And it was old when he gave it to me, so I don't know where he got it from. But that's how long this little thing's been in my toolbox. As far as what I use here, I got a little Jegs, might even be Summit, no, I think it's Jegs, engine assembly lube, and then I water it down with a little synthetic gear lube. Okay, so what's nice about this is that it will line up, okay? And now you can, now it puts the crank. I'm not putting the bolts in because I'm just sitting on the dowel, but it'll put the crank in position to where it should be with the cam, and you can rotate around and look for any clearance issues. Quite honestly, this cam is going to clear without any issue. I'll take a bird's eye look with the flashlight in there in a second. And not even close. Now, when you're doing a Hemi and you get these bigger cams, oh yeah, we're like that far away. You'll end up with clearance issues. Sometimes they'll hit the bottom of the bore. Most of the time, those Hemis will hit the bottom of the cam. I don't build a lot of Hemis. It's just not what I do. I like non-Hemi motors. So this thing's clearing with 1/4 inch of space, 1/8 inch of space all the way around. So we're good there. Now let's take this thing apart. So let's go back. Cam out for now. So get back in the bag. Put it back in the box. All right, what do we got here? Let me look at some of this live chat. Any questions? Anybody got any things they want to ask? I'll try to answer stuff for you. Let me see. Terry Baker. Yeah, those gaskets are cheap. I deal with Stens now too. And I'll tell you, I never heard of Stens until probably a year or two ago. I started watching Tarrell Fixes All, man. That guy's crazy. And he's always, promoting Stens and Oregon and all those other companies. So I signed up with all those companies to get parts, and it works out really well. Let's see. We got 16 people. All right, that's cool. That's cool. Hey, if you guys are watching and you're not subscribing or not a subscriber already, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification button. Follow along. I got more builds coming. It helps keep the channel going. I'm trying to promote it. I don't do this for a living. This is just fun. And, I'm getting older, I'm 57, and I like playing with this stuff. So, that's why I do it. I don't have to do it, I just do it because it's fun. And that's it. I hope everybody else enjoys what I'm putting out there. Okay, so cranks out. Clean the block up in a little bit. There's really not too much we have to do on that. Now we got to set the rod. So, let me get the rod out. We're using a 20 over ARC rod, okay? Brand new bearings, obviously. I like the way they package it up in tissue paper. They do a good job. These things, when you look at them, man, they're like a piece of jewelry, and they just machine nice. They got the name on. They give the part number, which is nice. You always know what rod it is. If you look at a motor and you go, oh, what rod is it? Look at the part number, you look it up and see if it's a stock length rod or an extended length rod. So, they do a real good job. There's one thing I want to say about rods. And, there's some other video channels and guys, putting this stuff in, they don't clear and they hit and they start grinding on it. Do not grind the rod. Do not grind the rod. Jody will tell you firsthand, do not grind the rod. What happens when you grind the rod in it, one is it breaks. It breaks the finish on the rod, and now it puts a weak spot in it. You don't think, I just took a little bit off, it's fine. No, it actually put a weak spot in it, because now it'll give it a spot to flex, crack, and break. These things are not designed to be cut and ground on after they've been cut, machined, and set up for use. That's just how they are. So I watch some of these guys, they put it in, we'll just grind on a rod. No, just do it the right way. Get the right crank for it, clearance the block right, whatever you got to do. And then grinding cams. Guys will grind on the cams. On these Hemi motors, they do it. I'm just not a big fan of it, but that's me. But don't grind on a rod. Figure out the problem and fix it another way. And I'm not the only person that has said that. All right. Let's keep rolling here. Let me get this rod set up. My sockets for that. We can do 12 point. There's a ditch to get out of the hole. If I have this whole set of 12 points, I use one socket out of it all the time. It's only just to do rods. Let's get this thing apart. And we're going to set it up in the vise. I'm going to turn it. I should be able to turn the camera around. Let me set it up, and then I'm going to move the camera and then see if it'll actually work for us. Yeah, I guess it will work. Hang on a second here. I'm trying not to upset too much stuff. I'm kind of set up. Okay. All right. So I got this nice big terracotta towel I use specifically just for rods. Fold it over double thick. And then what I do is I put plastic jaws in here, towel on, open it up. And grab the rod. We got to plastic gauge the rod. Let me take this rod bolt cap off. The other thing on these rods, and don't crack them all off in one shot. I do like half a turn just to loosen them up and then take them off. Okay. These rod caps and rods are matched, and there's two dots, and you got to line the two dots up and you put them back together. The other thing is on these rod bolts. Take one off completely and I'll show you. These rod bolts have these washers in them. All right, and these washers have a little convex on one side and not on the other. Well, the convex side goes up to the bolt head. So if you drop the washer off, make sure you look at it, see where the convex is cut into it, and put that towards the head. I know Jody at ARC has explained that numerous times on his videos, and you'd be surprised how many people don't remember. As a matter of fact, yeah, okay, so I'll make sure that this is all facing the right way. All right, so bolts are out, caps are out. Now I got to put the rod bearings in. A trick I was told about, and I've never done it until recently. Jody at ARC gave me a heads up on it. He says, put a drop of oil on the back of the bearings before you put them in. They'll lay into the seats better. So I do. Put a little oil right in there. Grab the bearing, line the tab up. Sits in the bearing. You're not forcing it down inside the seat. Makes sense. I think it was when I did the Tilly motor last year. They made a comment about it, and I appreciated it. So that's how we do them now. All right. So now that's it. These rod bolts. Second. a crank. Now you got to plastic gauge the crank. Why do you do that? Well, you got to check the clearance on the crank for the rod. Okay. So before you tighten it, and you got to go through a torque sequence, you got to get a little plastic gauge on it. Let me get some plastic gauge. I'll show you. So here's my plastic gauge. Okay, I use red plastic gauge. Red plastic gauge has a range of, let's see, in millimeter, you got 51 thousandths, and then in inches, you got 0.2 thousandths, 0.3 thousandths, 0.4 thousandths, 0.5 thousandths, 0.6 thousandths, based on the spread. So when you're putting these rods in, and the instructions are in there, it tells you what to torque them to, what the clearances should be after it's torqued down, and you pull the cap back off, and then you look at it. All right, so if you go to basically, it's the second page, open it up. Okay, you're shooting for 25 thousandths to 0.3 thousandths, but no less than 0.2 thousandths. Okay, so we're going to put a piece of plastic gauge in there, which is just a weird little plastic material. Break a piece off, about a 1/4 inch long. Okay, and you put it on the journal of the crank in the same direction as the journal on the crank. So it's, you know, it looks like a piece of string. So put it the same way, right dead center. Put your bearing cap on it. Get your bearing cap bolts set back in. Make sure you get the bearing cap facing the right direction. The dots line up. So you got it going the right way. Oh, I almost forgot. Before I do this, I use a little Molly lube on the bolts. For torquing them down, you got to torque them down to 170 inch-pounds. I go a hair over. A little Molly lube on there. Get a more accurate torque reading. There we go. All right. So let's run these things in. Run them in by hand till you get them to bottom out. Now this is how I do it, and it's done me fine. My motors haven't come apart. I'm not spinning rods. I'm not breaking rods. I'm running motors at 8 to 10,000 RPM, depending on the motors and what they're in for. I try to keep everything clean. I stay on top of my oil. Am I an expert? No. But I try to do things the right way, and I try to tell people how to do things the right way. Some people listen, some don't, but that's life. All right, torque wrench, torque specs, where do we go? Initially, take it down basically to about 40 to start. Turn this up before it's going to swing around. Let me get it back down to 0. Okay, so there's 40. Let's start with 40. We're just going to work our way out. A little bit. Hasn't clicked yet. Hasn't clicked yet. Now it should click. Okay. Okay, there's 40 pounds right there, right? So now I bring it up a little at a time. Now let's go to 80. There's 80. Click. Click. Let's go to 100. 100. 30. Let's go to 150. It's 150. Now we're going to go to the 170 mark. And that's what your target is, 170, right? So now I go 170. Boom. And even tells you go a hair more. So I'm going to go where it clicks and then just a tiny bit more. And that's how I do it on all. I do them all the same. Click, tiny bit more. Okay, so we'll probably be in the 180 mark. All right, now back them off. But back them off easy. Don't take off one side because now you got the thing loaded. So just crack it a little bit. Go back and forth until they unload. Okay. Now they backed off all the way. I'm going to get an extension just to make it easier on my hands to spin it. And what that Moly lube does is it lubricates the head bolt, the rod bolts, into the rod threads, so you get an accurate torque and less drag on the hardware. All right, now I'm not going to move the camera, but you guys can Google or YouTube search whatever down the line and see what plastic gauge looks like when it's squeezed. But basically, that little piece of what looked like red string gets completely mashed and then spread out. So what you want to do is you want to check it, and let's see what the width is. Mine always seem to match up pretty good. Perfect. Yeah, we're right at, let me see, 2. Yeah, 02. Right where it should be. Right where it should be. The last 3 motors that I did in the last week, every one of them looked exactly the same. So, it means the clearances are all the same on these rods. Maybe I got lucky. And then, not the rods, I'm sorry, on the cranks, on the new motors. And then, of course, the rods are on the money, so we're good. And then just wipe off that little piece of plastic gauge, just rub off with your finger. There we go. Now, we got to put the crank back in the motor. We got to set the rod in the piston, and then that's got to go on. So, before I do that, I'm going to take the block. I'm going to brake clean the inside of it out, just wash it out real quick. I got a tub out here. Give it a quick wash and spray down. Gotta work clean, man. You gotta work clean. If you guys aren't members on the Muscle Mini Bike Builds Facebook page, go ahead and send them. Go ahead and join, man. We'll approve you. Also, check out my Instagram, Muscle Mini Bike Builds. We're on there as well. And if you haven't subscribed to this channel yet, please do so. We're trying to grow it. Help us out. You'd be surprised how much dirt comes out of these motors when you're washing out like this. And I do this to every new motor I build, whether it's mine or a customer's. I do them all the same way. Brake clean's other cheap insurance. Rinse the shit out. All right. I'm going to shift the camera back over here. Let me see here. We've got a weird angle. All right, there we go. Let me just see where I end up here. I'm just watching the screen because it's on a little bit of a delay. So I get, okay, so, all right, I like that shot. That'll work. Let's get ready to start putting this back together, but in the meantime, we have to set the piston up, right? So you got your old piston, and basically what you need to do is you got to pull the circlip out of it, get the piston pin out of it, and transfer over the rod onto the piston. Piston's got an arrow in it, and the arrow has to point down when it's in the cylinder. So the rod has to be in the right correlation to the piston going in. I've made the mistake myself, not paying attention, put it in, all of a sudden put the rod, I'm like, what the hell, why is the arrow up? And then you screw up. It's happening. But you really can't put it together completely that way. You'll catch yourself halfway through the job. So arrow down when it goes back in, and the rod has to be in the right correlation. Let me get a little pick, and I'm going to take this clip out. Mike, I'm not drinking on the job. The Corona's just sitting in the fridge. That's when I'm done. I got my little Circle K root beer here. Ah. So what you got to do is pull the circlip around to where the opening is. And then pull the clip out. There we go. There's the clip right there. You only got to take out one clip on one side. And push the pin through it. Wrist pin is out. Another thing, don't force these things. All of a sudden, it won't come out. You start jamming it, then grab it with a pair of pliers. Well, what happens is you grab a pair of pliers, you're gonna put a scratch or a knurl in it right there, and then that's gonna be an issue. So there's no reason why it shouldn't come out. If everything's clean, it'll come right out. There's a stock rod. Nobody ever does anything with them. I keep one or two on the shelf. The rest get thrown away. Two up there. Yeah, that won't get thrown out, but I will keep the bolts. All right, so piston is out. Inspect the piston, make sure it looks good. You don't see anything weird or anything on it. I always like to look at everything. I'm going to wash it out too. Yeah, everything looks really good. Give it a little shot of brake clean, clean it out. We're going to re-oil it anyway. You can't over clean this stuff when you're building a motor. I mean, you look at, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but if you've seen some NASCAR shops, and I've been to a few NASCAR shops down in North Carolina. I got some buddies that are in the auto business in Charlotte and Concord area, so they're connected with all the shops. And I've been through Hendrick's shop. I've been through DEI years ago. I was in DEI. I was in Hendrick's shop a couple years ago. And the engine room. Couldn't even go in the engine room. I could look at it through a window, but you couldn't go in it. It's probably cleaner. Well, it's cleaner than any third world nation surgery room. That's hands down. It's cleaner than that. And it's probably cleaner than probably 20% of the surgery rooms in the country. Filtered air, guys wearing clean suits. Everything is spotless, static free. Amazing. Because those guys are on the ragged edge of pulling every ounce and bit of horsepower out, and you can't have any mistake. To them, a piece of dust will screw something up. But that's the truth. That's how it is. So it's kind of neat. So you can't be clean. You can't be, too. What's the word I'm looking for? You can't be too excessive about keeping stuff clean when you're building a motor. You work in a shit environment and you draw, in a dirt field or shit laying all over the place. Man, that's just going to transfer back into your work, and it's just going to be a problem. Yeah, my shop isn't 100% clean, but at least it's clean enough that I can motor it. I'm not working on a dirt floor. What else? What else? What else? What else? All right, let's get this rod set. Get the crank out of the way. You got to put the rod back in position. All right. I like to keep the rod together, rod, bolts, bearing, and everything, until I actually put it together and get ready to put it in the motor. Just so you don't lose anything, you don't trip over anything. So it's just, I don't know, it's just the way I do it. Okay. So, let me get some engine build lubricant right here. I've been using this shit for years. Jegs assembly lube. That's another thing I forget to do from time to time is wipe off the top of this thing, because this assembly lube is really good lube, but it's really sticky, so everything sticks to it. So occasionally you gotta just wipe the top off. There we go. When I grabbed it and I saw the top of it, I just got into a whole portrayal about keeping shit clean. I'm like, don't be that guy. All right, so arrow down on the piston, right? So the piston technically goes in the motor this way. The rod goes in the motor in this direction with the dipper facing straight down. So when the motor comes around, and it goes around, it's force feeding oil up through the rod into the bearing. That's why these things last. Is that, you know, they're not a pressurized oil system, but it is a slightly pressurized rod bearing setup designed by ARC, which is phenomenal. You know, normally they just got the little dipper in here. It's a splash lubrication. It just creates a whirlwind of oil around the motor. The old days of the Briggs motors, when they were like this, you had your bolts that went in. You had your little dipper that bolted underneath the rod bolts. It had a little tab. And there were tricks we used to do to that. We used to, I think we used, God, it's been so long. I remember we used to put a bend in it, or file something in it where you made it a hook and it would sling the oil a little bit better. And then I think they came out with replacement oil slingers. I haven't messed with a flathead since 1990. Got out of kart racing in 94 or 5. That was the last time, and I sold all my shit like in 95. And then kind of got out of the hobby for a while. Overall, I still had a mini bike, but I didn't do anything with it. And then late 2000, late 99, probably close to 2000, when these overhead valve motors started to come out, and they were getting ready to phase out the flatheads. It kind of piqued my interest, and then probably 10 years ago, and maybe 15 years ago, 05, then I jumped back into it. But I would always check it out and watch, and I'd play with a couple of mini bikes on there, but I didn't get into building these things until probably 10 years ago. All right, so piston, arrow down. Rod, dipper down. Make sure you get the sequence right? And I happen to take the circlip off on this side so I can lay it out the way it's going to go together. Take a little assembly lube, a little bit on that. This stuff is super sticky. You can't use too much of this stuff, at least I don't think you can. Right? I put it on the rod, get the rod in place. It should all go together like that. If you got to force it, you got a problem. That's like the first rule in engine building. If you got to force it, you got a problem. So it all should just slide right in. I'll put it in. I'll push it back a little bit, make sure it's in. And as you can see, if I push it out my finger, you can see it come out. It goes right back in. So remember, if you got to force it, you got a problem. Circlip gets set back in. Even with the shop door open, all the lights on, you believe I still got a friggin' like a blinding glare spot where you can't see when you're up close. That are probably too fucking Tuck the clip back in. Get the. Oh, we had it. We got lucky there on one quick shot. Make sure that thing's in the groove all the way around. And then where the opening is, which is right here, you want to make sure you slide the circlip away from the opening. Just like that. There we go. That's perfect. Perfect. Okay. So, it's in assembled in the right orientation. Dipper down, arrow down. So theoretically, it goes back in the motor. Arrow down, dipper down, it's going to go back in the motor, theoretically like that. Even though the rod's on, that's how it's going to go back in. So now comes the point of getting it set up on the ring compressor and getting the thing back in the motor. So now I pull the bearing cap off for the last time. And this, guys, this is just how I do it. This ain't no rule by any means, but it's worked well for me, and I hope it works well for some of you guys that use it the way I do it. Okay, so that's out of the way. All right, here's a ring compressor. Ring compressor also has an arrow on it. Show you the way to orient it. You also want to get your piston rings lined up, so like none of the piston rings are in line with each other where the gaps are. So I start generally with the arrow down, top piston ring I put at 12 o'clock, next piston ring I put at this position. The oil rings, I slide them around, find the gap in them. Put them at about 8 o'clock, one, and then move the other one up to around 10 o'clock. Make sure everything's completely staggered. There we go. Okay, so hold on. We got an oil ring here, upper, oil ring here, lower. We have the top piston ring here, and we have the bottom piston ring here. But you never want to have anything in line with the wrist pins. So you want to stagger them around the wrist pin openings. Now, the other thing that I do is, I'll take a little WD-40 and just run it on the piston before I put it in the compressor. So the rings have a little bit of a slip to them. Put that thing down like that. Open this up. Not a big fan of this ring compressor. I've had it for a while. It works all right. But I really do need to. I had a real good one, and when I got out of this whole business, I gave all that shit away with all my card stuff. Look at it all the way around, make sure it's tight, make sure everything's straight, make sure you got the arrow facing down. So that's set there. Let's get the rod. I mean a crank, sorry. Oh, I'm going to knock this gear off real quick. Hang on a second. Well, I still got my rag set up in here. So, while there's this uncomfortable silence, I'm going to knock off the gear. It usually doesn't do much. There's my little lump hammer. There's the gear right there. Do I use them for anything? No. I just throw them in a bucket. I probably got 40 of them sitting in there. Old habits never die. They just get old. All right. All right, let's get the crank back in. All good there. Get the piston ready to get knocked in. Hopefully we can do this with one shot. I'm not a big fan of the spring compressor. It has let me down once or twice. Plastic ended hammer. Okay, spring compressor squared up on the block, arrow pointing straight down. Little WD-40 in there. Down. That oil ring shifted. Gotta reset. Of course, when you're doing it live, it's not going to happen the first shot. So you'll be messing around with it. Let me just re-square it up. And of course, the motor I did 2 days ago, first shot right in. All right, so arrow narrow down. Square it up. Spring compressor square to the block. Yes, it is. Got it. All right. 2 shots instead of 1. But I do need to get a better spring compressor than this. It works okay, but I hate fighting with it. And now that I'm getting back into doing more and more motors, before it was just a hobby, now it's become more of a, I don't want to say a job, but more of a stronger hobby. I'm going to start getting into getting a couple different tools. You want to keep your finger on the piston as you're pushing it down to make sure it seats up against the rod journal. And I basically like to run it all the way around once. There we go. Looks good. So now we put the bearing cap back on it, retorque it, and then this sequence is done. Assembly lube on there. There we go. Already put some on it before on the rod end. I know this is probably tedious and boring to watch, but I figured I'd do it my Saturday afternoon. Run the nuts in, got to retorque them back to 170. Go. We go through a couple of comments here. Let's see what we got here. Terrell Cooper, what does bigger valve springs do? I am going from 18 to 40. Well, if you're putting 40-pound springs in it, you're gonna want to have a decent cam in it. You're not gonna do that with a stock cam, and then flywheel and all that kind of stuff. If you're just building a little street motor, 26-pound springs is all you need. You're building a really hot street motor, 32 and 40 pounds is where you need, and depending on the cam, just depends on how radical you want to go. Matt, will you be doing a break-in for the motor? Yeah, I'm going to fire it up at the end. I'm not going to spend time going through dyno tuning and stuff like that, and tuning and that kind of stuff. But I'm going to fire it up, let it break in for a couple minutes for the cam, and then shut it down, and that'll be where we end up. Let's see what else. Terry Baker, have you ever tried Iski cams? Yeah, I have. Tim Iski puts a nice cam out there. I have used some of his. I haven't used one of his in a while, but I have used them in the past. Sean, yep, your powder coat will be done this week. They've been busy as hell. I got my own stuff over there. They've been backed up over a week, so we're going to get everything back by the end of the week. We're all good. Let's see. Julio Lazo. If I bypass the governor on the engine, will Mikuni get me over 45? Well, you know, getting over 45 is going to depend on gearing, how much you're going to rev the motor. If you got a stock motor, you pull the governor out of it. You got it geared right. Let's say with you run a 35 chain, you're running a 12 to a 65 rear sprocket. You got a 14-inch tall rear tire. Stock motor will put you at 40 miles an hour all day long, like that, all day long. You're running the governor, you're running the torque converter, you're going to be maybe even a little bit more. But with a stock motor with stock flywheel, stock rod, 18-pound springs in it, flat out that thing's going to rev to about 5,500, maybe 5,800. You can start to get valve float. Okay, that's what'll save the motor. You take a stock motor, put 26-pound springs in it, that motor's going to want to go to 7,000, 8,000 RPM, where it'll do it, but the rod's going to come apart. It's just not going to hold up. So when I do governor removals in their stock motors, I put in 18-pound springs because that's basically your rev limiter, and that's what's going to save you. It's going to rev to about 5,600 RPM. Valves float, you'll lose power, you're not going to rev it any higher, you're not going to break it. And what I tell everybody, even with 18-pound springs, is that, listen, it's got no governor in it, it's going to rev to 5,500, maybe $6,000, just depends on the spring height after they're in. Don't sit there and run that thing flat out for 2 miles down the road. You're going to blow it. It's going to break. And I don't want to hear about it. That's what's going to happen. But you can blast it and then shut it down. Then blast it again and shut it down. Just don't overstress it. Don't overtax it. They're small motors. So just, you do that and the motors will live, Once you start getting into, 22, 26-pound springs and you got a stock rod in it, it ain't living. It's going to kill the motor. It's going to break. And then you're going to, and then when the rod goes, the thing whips around, throws a hole, creates a window in the side of the block, and the motor's junk. Yeah, they're $100, but put a rod and a flywheel in it, build it right the first time, you'll enjoy it a whole lot better. All right, so where are we at now? Let's torque the rod back in place in the motor, and that's all good. And then that portion of it is done. Then I got to get into the head, and I got to change the valve springs, pull the studs out of it, and then get into that whole deal. So now let's back this back up. Where's everybody from? Send me a message here. Where's everybody out of? What are you guys doing today? I know I'm on West Coast time, so like right now it's 1:43 here. So if you're back east, it's 5:43. And to any of you guys that are in parts of the country where this violent protests and the rioters and the looters and stuff like that, I hope everybody's safe, and I hope nobody's got hurt or anything like that. It was getting a little crazy out there last week. Like Chicago, New York, where I'm from, Philly, Portland, Seattle, LA. Out of control, man. Out of control. So just stay safe out there. All right, so let's retorque this thing. Okay, let's get up. Let's go back. Start it up at 40. The same sequence we did when we were checking the clearance. We're going to do it again. So we're going to go to 40. 60. Yep. I've been using this thing so much. 60. Like 3 turns is like 20 pounds. 1, 2, 3. That should be 80. Yep. Like I said, man, old habits never die. There's 80. And you don't have to put Molly Lube back on the threads again. It's already in there. 80. 1, 2, 3. Should be about 110. Around 100, I'm sorry. 100. And this is inch pounds. Inch pounds. Not foot pounds. Don't put a big torque wrench on it. You're going to break the thing and shear it off. 1, 2, 3. Should be 120. Yes, sir. Just go back and forth. One rod bolt, one rod bolt, one rod bolt, back and forth. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There's 170. There's your final torque. Check it. I go, boop, a hair more. I do the same on every motor. 170. Set. Boop, a hair more. Done. Other thing too is make sure you unload your torque wrench when you're done. It fatigues the spring over a period of time. I had a torque wrench I put away loaded with 100 foot-pounds of torque on it. And, probably a month or two in the box. I go to take it out. The thing was so out of whack, I put it on a calibrator. It was off by 25 pounds. What did I do with it? I threw it in a shit can. It was garbage. That's how I learned. Unfortunately, it wasn't a snap-on. Because if it was a snap-on, I could have sent it back to snap-on and they would have recalibrated the thing for me. But it wasn't. Might have actually been a Matco at the time. That was 20-something years ago, at least. I had my other shop in New York. All right. Rods in. Let's do a little rotation. There we go. And now let's check what our deck height is. So basically, put this thing. We were at what, 26 before? We put a rod, so we should have 6 thousandths. Let's see what we got. I can feel the ever so slightest edge. Ever so slightest edge. Can you read that? 6 thousandths. We were at 26. The rod is 20 thousandths longer. Now it takes the gap and brings it down to 6 thousandths. We took 20 thousandths of length, of recess in the hole out of it because we added 20 thousandths to the rod. And that's that. I'm running out of soda because I got to break out a beer soon. Julio Lazo, Homestead, Florida. I was down there a couple months ago. Nice. I just sold a drag frame roller that's going down to Hollywood, Florida. You Southern Florida guys, man, you guys got some fast bikes. You guys got some fast bikes. I follow your page and whatnot. You guys got some bikes that are friggin' flying down there, man. Good for you guys. Matt, yep, you're here in Phoenix. Originally from Texas. Texas is cool. I like Texas. Let's see what else. Terry Baker. Watch Shirley Muldowney's team build a motor at Englishtown. Cleaner than a surgeon in MASH. Yeah, you know what? Terry, you're right. I used to crew on Top Alcohol Dragster and Funny Car for the Bartone brothers back in New York, and Michael and Tony Bartone, good friends of mine. And I would go with the race team every now and then. Shit, we used to have that stuff cleaned up and teared down right in Englishtown, Maple Grove. God, name a track. We've been every one of them. You know, Indy, and you know, you rebuilt them in between rounds is what you did, and you did it outside, but that was cleaner than probably some surgery rooms in some parts of the world too. Getting back on that subject. All right, so pistons in, we're all good. Rods torqued, we're all done. What we got to do now is I'm going to seal the 2 holes for the governor. This is where the governor shaft was for the governor gear. This is where the governor arm was that actually controlled the governor. So I'm going to show you how I seal them up. And some of you guys, I'm sure, I know I've seen video on the channel where, you know, I do it, governor removal and how to seal the holes, but it's super, super easy. I take the 1/4 thread, okay, 7/16 head, 1/4. Copper washers for sealing. Buy them at Harbor Freight. And this is how I do it. We get a little impact set up. Seven sixteenths. Put the copper washer on it. Loctite. You can use red or blue. Doesn't make a difference. Once it goes in, it's never coming out. I just happen to have blue handy. Okay, a little blue Loctite. Set it in. Give it a little turn. It'll actually bite. And send it home. And then don't kill it. I like to put a wrench on it just to make sure, because that little impact will strip it. Yep, we're good. Okay. The side one the same way. Done. All right. Some people have asked, what are these other mounts for? Well, this motor is used in a ton of different other applications. If it's used on something with electric start and a charging coil, it's going to have a lighting and charging coil on here. One will be to run lights, one will be to run a battery charger, you know, like an alternator or charging coil, where it'll backfeed to a battery to keep your battery charged up if you're running an electric start motor. So these things have just a multitude of uses. Obviously, these are your coil mounts right here. And that's really about it. There's really nothing else strange here that we missed. No. And that's it. Okay, so short block is just about done. Let's get the cam in. We've already checked it for clearance. We know we're fine. Let's get this thing back at top dead center, which is dot right there. Let's get our camshaft. And again, we're using a Fire 265 cam, which is from Go Power Sports, made by Dyno Cams. Before we put the cam in, let's get our lifters back in. A little break-in lube on. And once you put the lifters back in with the lube kind of comes out of the hole, goes around the backside of the lifter, holds it up and in. That's why I wipe them clean before I put them in. And then I put a little bit on the lobes of the camshaft. You can't use too much of this shit. At least I don't anyway. Maybe that's why none of my shit's broken. on the end where it goes into the bearing end, which is really just the bushing. Make sure you got plenty on there. Because, you know, when you start this thing up, it's the first couple of rotations, it's dry, man. You know, it's not slinging oil yet. So the more you can help it, the more you're going to make it last. And then line it up, dot to dot. Same thing, dropped it one tooth off. There we go. All right. The other thing is I'm pretty liberal with WD-40. You know, when you have it apart, the other thing, I don't think I talked about it. Take a look at that cylinder. Let me go get a little better flashlight. You want to take a look at that cylinder. Make sure the cross hatching looks good. There's no weird marks in it. You know, you don't know. You know, these things are built in an assembly line and, you know, in a dirt hut somewhere in China. But like this one's got real good cross hatching in it. Yeah, I mean, it looks, you're not going to see it in the picture. Let me see if I can bring it up. But it's got real good cross hatching in it. So, you know, it's a good clean motor to start with. Just, it's a little things like that that kind of count. Let me see what the video looks like. Okay, so that's good there. Now, once over. Okay, your rod's been torqued, piston's in, you're good. Both lifters are in, cam is in, and cam is. Make sure cam is lined up, double check your dots. Make sure that didn't get screwed up. Yep, okay, we're on the money right there. The oil sensor's out, wires cut. Put a little drop of silicone on that when we're all done. I get that little brake clean first and just put a little glob on the end and it seals that. Governor armhole sealed up, governor shaft hole sealed up. We can now put the side cover on. Just close this motor off so nothing gets in it. So I have a new gasket right here. There's my dowels. I always take them out. Take the dowels out so they don't get lost when you're moving the motor around, washing it, cleaning it, whatever. So I'll take that off, put that back on there. And sometimes, like here, this gasket holes that are punched out for the dowels are a hair too small. Same as a Honda. Just kind of gotta work them down on there. If not, I got my old gasket punch. I'm just gonna punch them out just one size up. I don't want to rip it. Little hollow punch set. Basically what I'll do is find the next size that'll fit around it. A little block of wood. And we just open them up a little bit. Perfect. Some people just cut them off. I'd rather have all the gasket material around the alignment dowels just for better sealing. Again, it's the little things. All right. So side cover, rid of the old gasket, done. Let's give that a quick wash down. Okay. Where's the 10 mil? 10 millimeter. Always. Tractor Supply sells, I think Dave Darnell put a post up on it once. They sell a kit. It's got like 5 10 millimeters in it. A deep, a short, half, 3/8 drive, 1/4 inch drive. I think that's it. Yeah, I think there's 1/4 inch drive and 3/8 drive, and then there's a couple of different lengths of 10 mil. And that's the only socket size is a 10 mil. And it comes in a nice little packet. I got to get one. All right, so listen, this is my cheap impact. It's good for setting everything else, and we're going to torque everything to specs after. This will not over torque anything. So I cover bolts. All right, that's done. Short block is together. Whew, how are we doing on time? 2 hours, not too bad. Okay. Okay, short blocks together. Leave that off to the side. Where's that head? Gotta get these head studs out. I mean these carburetor studs out. Easiest ways. You're never gonna reuse them. Throw a vice grip on them and just crank them out. Sometimes they loosen right up, sometimes they're a bitch. Yeah, this one's not bad. So that one, since this one's actually pretty easy, take two 10mm nuts, tighten them against each other, and just run it out. Same thing on the next one, two nuts, tighten them against each other, and just back them up. Oh, Dave, I'm reading your thing. Yeah, and a pivot head too in that 10mm set. Yeah, that was a neat set. I gotta get over to Tractor Supply and grab one of those because when I saw you post it, it was a nice little thing to have handy. It's another piece of hardware I got a stack of. Drop it in the bucket. I'm starting to make a mess here. It's starting to annoy me. Let's clean up some of this garbage. All right. Let's get these valve springs out. I'm going to use a valve spring tool and a vise. Let me get that set up. No reason to kill yourself in doing it by hand and on the bench. You know, let me turn this way a little bit. So I got a regular cylinder head valve spring tool. I set it up in the vise, and it works really good. my connecting rod tab. Rubber jaw clamps. All right, let me move this camera again. See how that shot is. Not too much glare. It's any better with the door down. Or is that way too dark? Yeah, it's not too bad. I'd rather have the light. All right, so you get different size retainer tools. See which one's best. This will work the bottom. This will work the top. You don't have to take the rockers off. You can do them with the rockers on. Just move them out. You know, they're just gonna rotate out of the way. Basically, I'm going to do intake side first. Go. Pushes the retainer down and the keepers open up. Grab your magnet. And there's both keepers. Came right out. Back it off. Spring and retainer. Spring goes in another bucket. I don't know why I save them. I do. Well, I have used them for other, believe it or not, for other things. And light 10-pound springs are good for test springs. All right. So, here are our new 26-pounders. You can tell the difference just by squeezing with your fingers. Put your spring in place, lay your keeper on it, get your valve spring tool lined up. Like I said, the rocker's still in, but they got enough room to move out of the way. Get it where you're just putting a little bit of tension on it, and get your keepers ready to pop in. The one thing on these keepers, they look the same, but sometimes it's different. I don't know if you can see that in the picture, okay? That's a high groove keeper, okay, which means the keeper groove is at the top. Some of these keepers and some of these motors have a mid groove keeper. They're two different locations. So not that they're going to be mismatched when you take a new motor apart, but look and see what orientation your motor came with. Pretty much all Predators, from what I remember, are all high groove keepers. But they do make a mid-style groove keeper on other clones and whatnot. Now you got to get the other keeper, and let me get a little scribe to help orientate it. What I do is I usually get the thing set up and partially pushed down so I can get the keeper to lay in its spot. There we go, like that. Now what I do is I put a finger on it, press it, kind of work the keeper back down where it should be, and it becomes like a sweet spot. Oh, right there, where it'll just kind of fall into place, and they'll both kind of they kind of drop and close in on themselves. It's a beautiful thing. And then slowly back it off, keep an eye on the keeper, and you see them lock right in. Awesome. Okay, on to number 2. Stock springs you can actually do with your fingers. Those 10-pound springs, you can actually push them down with your finger and magnet and pull the keepers out. I've done 26-pound springs with my hand, and it's a pain in the ass. Forget about doing it on the motor; it's even harder. But I got a tool for that that holds the valve up. But just use a valve tool. With the head off, I use this tool. With the head on a motor, just doing a swap, and it's in my other toolbox. I have a tool from NR Racing. You pull the valve stud, the valve rocker off. You put this tool on it. You put the nut on it. What it does is it's a kind of a round, oval-looking tool, and it just pushes the keeper down. You pull the ring out. You back it off, change the spring, put everything in, then back it back off. It's like $40, but it's the best $40 you'll spend if you're going to do more than one set. I'll give you that much information. What the hell's my mag? Hello, McFly. There we go. 2 keepers, upper groove, top groove, 2 keepers. All right, back off on that. Am I boring you guys yet? I don't know. I had to do this motor. I figured it'd be a nice thing to do online. Maybe have a couple laughs. Hopefully we don't screw it up. Spring in the bucket. New valve spring. Drop it in. Set, find that little sweet spot right there. All right. First one always drops in like a champ, and the second one lays on its back like a dead fish. Every time. I don't know. And sometimes one keeper drops in a little too far. Play with it. leave that right there. And one keeper fell too far in. Got to start the process over again. Ow. Here we go. All right, let's reline it up. There we go. Anybody got any plans for this weekend? I know it's Saturday, still got Sunday. Going riding, going on the boats, fishing, anything. What's everybody doing for the rest of the weekend? A little barbecue action. All I know is I'm grilling when I get home. Nothing crazy. Maybe a couple burgers. Cold beers. Try not to drop the retainer. That one in went nice and easy, nice and smooth. This one's got to fight me. He assist his ass. He dropped in like the other one. Ah, it's fighting me. One of those days. All right, let's try this again. I'm going to turn it around. There we go. I know this is boring. What the the hell is this fucking guy doing? There we go. And that locked. It was a fighter. Okay, beauty. So that is done. So theoretically, since we didn't touch the adjustment here, and I didn't check it beforehand, you put it all back together, they should be technically adjusted, because you didn't change the height of the spring, you didn't change the way the valve sits in the head, so all that stuff's the same. What is changed, though, is the thickness of the gasket. So that does move the head in a different position from where it was before, because we're now running a thinner gasket. Let me get our camera set back up here. There we go. Oh. Brand new head gasket. But before I put the head gasket on, I want to spray with a little copper. Little K&W copper coat gasket compound. Stuff looks good. Happens to be 98 degrees outside in the sun outside my shop. Fortunately, my shop is nice and cool with a big cooler in it. So give it a little dust coating, let it sit about 5 minutes while we do a couple other things, and we'll start putting it together. Let that set up outside for about 5 minutes. We'll go over a couple other things. Let me look at the carburetor. And we'll lap the flywheel in the meantime. Okay. So why do you lap the flywheel? Well, I'll tell you why I lap the flywheel in. The flywheel's on a taper. The keyway has nothing to do with aligning the flywheel up. It has keeping it from spinning. Okay? The purpose of that keyway is set the flywheel in the right position for ignition timing. That's it. It doesn't do anything else. When I do my motors, I don't even use a keyway. Use a degree wheel, set the motor up, figure out where the cam is, and then advance it off the degree wheel. And once you tighten that bolt down and it pushes the flywheel against the taper, that's what locks it in. That's why when we take the flywheels off, we pop them and they come off. The keyway doesn't keep it in place from spinning. It's the tension of the tension of the taper is what keeps it. So on a new flywheel, which is right here, you have to take some valve lapping compound and you got to lap in the taper to make sure it's flush all the way around. And when you put a little valve lapping compound on it, spin the flywheel over a few times and take it off and clean it, you'll see, and I'll show you, you'll see where it lapped itself in, and you got a perfect mating surface. So let me get a little valve lapping compound. A little valve grinding compound right here. That was way too much. It's gonna make a fucking mess. Stuff is like liquid sandpaper. So make sure you wrap it and get it covered all around. And once I use a rag and I use valve lapping compound on it, boom, the rag's gone. I don't want to wipe it down the middle of it. Take your flywheel, put it on. You'll feel it the two surfaces mate. Go back and forth a few times. And you can hear the valve grinding compound, lapping in the flywheel. And you got to hold the crank. Pull it off. Make sure you clean all this shit out of here. Stuff's nasty. You never want to get any of this stuff inside the motor. It will eat the motor up in a matter of minutes. Because all it is basically sand. Clean everything up really good. Now, I don't know if you can see it on the camera. Let me get my little flashlight. So, if you look at the inside, you see how it's dull there now? It used to be shiny, just like the rest of this. But you see how it's dull, even all the way around? That's because the mating surface matched the taper on the crank. Let's go back and check my video. That video didn't show. Let me put a little more angle. I guess you can see that. You see how it's dull? That's how you know the mating surface matched. Now, on the motor end, that's easy enough to see. You can see how it's shiny and dull, and this is where it was lapped. So now these two surfaces are a perfect match. Valve lapping compound on this rag. See ya. Let's see, I'm reading a couple messages. Let's see, John. Tomorrow we will see first tropical storm of the season here in New Orleans. Yeah, I heard about that. My brother lives down in Florida, and they were talking about something. He's in Tampa, on the other side of the Gulf over by him. And I think there's something actually moving up the East Coast, guys up in New York and New England or something. Or like maybe central East Coast, like Virginia, Delaware area. So I'm not really sure. Driver 3 Joe. Hey, Driver 3 Joe donated $1. Thank you, Driver 3 Joe. I appreciate that. I'll be more than happy to take anybody's money if you want to support the channel. We are set up for that. I won't ask for it though, except for this one time. But Driver 3 Joe, thank you. You are today's hero. Reach out for me in a direct message or a private message, and I'll send you some stickers. Okay, so short block is together. Head is set up. Okay, gasket, it was just coated. We can basically get ready to bolt the head back on this bad boy. Get the valve train set up. We'll be all good. We're getting close. We're getting close. I hope you're not getting too bored. It is what it is. Alrighty. So now you want to make sure you put your dowels back in place. Get my gasket. And again, I want to thank Driver 3 Joe for that donation. Not required, didn't have to do it, but it supports the channel, and thank you very much. Okay, so, here's our gasket sprayed with the copper coat. I happen to like that stuff. Make sure you got your alignment dowels in. Oh, from the opposite corners. Drop your gasket on. Now the stock gasket that came off, the two bottom holes were the bigger one. It doesn't matter where these alignment dowels go. You can put two in the bottom, two in the top, whatever. Some gaskets are overcut for the dowels corner to corner. Stock gaskets are overcut for the dowels bottom to bottom. And that's just the way it is. So we got that right. So now we can actually get the head on it. Bottom of the head looks good. No issues. Look at that Chinese smell. All right. So, let's set the head in place. Okay. Our head bolts. Remember, light duty, just to set it. We're not building a space shuttle here, folks. Okay. Torque wrench out. All right, head is on. Where are we at now? Let's see. Let's bolt the flywheel on. Get your flywheel key. Remember, it's strictly for alignment. Let me take this spark plug socket out of there. A spark plug, I should say. There's another thing I got a bucket of. These high quality, nuclear powered, titanium coated, plutonium activated LG spark plug from Harbor Freight. But I use them in a stock motor, there's nothing wrong with them. This engine build package came with an Autolite plug. I'm not a big fan of using Autolites. I like to use NGK. If it came with it, I'm going to use it. And I'm going to see how it tunes and everything, and then I'm going to change it out to an NGK. All right. So, got to get the keyway back in. Right back into this little grooverino right there. You'll know when you got it in because it goes flat and the taper goes up like this. And when you put the Woodruff key in, it goes flat, and basically that's exaggerated, but that's how you know it's right. So when you can run it off the taper in the back of the tin. I don't use a regular hammer, I use a hardened rubber hammer, hardened plastic hammer. All right. Flywheel time. So these things are already set with 32 degrees of timing kicked into them right from the factory. So unless you're building something exotic or crazy, you need more timing, like a methanol motor or whatnot. You don't have to mess with it. Okay. There you go. She's on. Put the old Carburetor back on. It's staying a pull start motor, so all this stuff has to go back on. I use that for that bolt, and it's perfect every time. Never have an issue. Always constantly, as you put the motor together and you put something on, turn it over. You adding something else to it, turn it over. Just make sure nothing's screwed up. I just do it out of habit. Now what I like to do on every motor, put my initials and the date. Today's what? The 6th. 6 20 JP. There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and put the coil back on. It's going to get a firewire. I'm going to do that later. So I'm not going to go into taking it all apart and doing that and everything right now. I can take it apart later and do it. I just want to get this build going. You got to set the gap on it. The other reason I take the coil off when I'm doing the motor completely is, one, I like to have the motor completely stripped to a bare block. But secondly, it forces you to put it on, reinstall it, and set the air gap the proper amount. So. And if you look on the instructions, which I probably already threw out, but I'm going to highlight it for you anyway. Yeah, I did. You want to check your air gap, keep your air gap around 30 to 40 thousandths. I do them at 40, never have an issue, and that's where they're at. Two feeler gauges. Okay, 19, 21, that's 40. Second set of feeler gauges, 19 and 21. Keep on loving the family. What I do is pull it off. Pull it off. Snug it down. Don't worry about what the gap is right there. Move the magnet in place. Put one feeler gauge on the top. One feeler gauge on the bottom. And then you back off on it, and it's going to suck it right into the magnet. Snug them up by hand, make sure we're all good. Okay. Coil wire back in. Okay, so coil's in. Got to throw a plug in it, keep the motor closed up. These auto lights, you don't have to gap them. The racing plug with the 4 points. We're getting close, man. Carburetor next. Set the valve train up. And then fuel tank back on it. Get this thing ready to fire. Matthew. No, I'm not changing the rocker arms. We're leaving the stock rockers. You get away with them with 26-pound springs, no issues. That's like it. You go 30 pounds and above, you know, the stock rockers aren't going to hold up. Down the line, we're going to probably do a little more work to this motor, probably put ratio rockers in it, you know, but we're going to, my customer that's getting this motor is going to play with it just the way it is, and then he's going to move on up from there as time goes by. We're on a nice little street build, 26-pound springs, stock rockers, you're fine. Just make sure your valves are adjusted right and everything's all good. Got the Autolite plug as a peanut plug. I got a small one. All right. So let's put valve train back together, get push rods in. We got chrome moly push rods going in it. Right here. Stock length. But as you can see the difference between the chrome moly and the stockers, how much heavier the chrome mollies are compared to stockers. Stockers fail at about 26-pound springs, 28-pound springs. It's cheap insurance to put a set of chrome mollies in it. A little monkey jizz on the tip going into the bottom of the lifter. Remember, all the stuff is starting up dry. Beforehand. The other thing I do is make sure that they're in the lifter pockets. So again, turn the motor over with your finger on it. Alrighty. Now let's back off on them. Now grab a 14. Where did I put my... Tell you what I'm going to do on this motor, and I forgot I had an extra set. And Rick, if you're watching, I got a set of Champion cast rocker arms. We're going to get rid of these stamped steel ones. For two reasons. One, we went to the chrome moly push rods, which are larger diameter, and you have to open up the guide holes on the guide plate, which I don't want to do. So, I'm going to upgrade you to a set of Champion rockers. I forgot I had one set sitting on the shelf. Jam and Jacob. Yeah, I know. I got a lot of shit in my shop. It's not dirty. It's just cluttered. And you should see around the other side of the wall over there that you can't see. There's probably 40 mini bikes, half dozen cars, a couple hot rods. But it's definitely time for a spring cleaning, which I haven't done yet. I'm going to eliminate these. Pull the rods back out. Going to pull out the studs. So, what's nice about these Champion rockers, the guys that have used them, you already know, the guys that haven't used them, is that they come with their own perch and pedestal. They got their own trunnion set up. They're cast, they're not stamped, and they don't float around. They don't need a guide. So these things work really, really well. Really well. And they're $20. the most amazing part. And what do they come in? They come in a Champion brand clone style motor. The rocker's in another cup. Amazing amount of crap you end up with when you start doing a lot of these motors. And they're all repetitive, so it's all like the same motor, same parts, everything, all the same stuff gets left over. So it's like 3 or 4 different things that are constantly get left over. So I just have a couple of plastic buckets over there that I put everything in. So you put these studs in first. So a little double nut, just send them in. Set. Oh, we're down to 9 viewers. I don't know who's going to hang in here to the end. Probably nobody. They'll probably be down to 1 person. But that's okay. All right. At one point, I think we had 18, 19 people. All right. Not bad for first time around. And then once this thing's done, this thing will be up in the library anyway, so we'll get some views then. Like I said, I just hope it's not too boring for everybody. All right, so lifters back in. Just gonna go in their pockets. Okay. Like I said, you don't need guides when you're on the Champions. These Champions are sweet, man. For 20 bucks, you can buy them from a couple different places. I think Vegas Carts. They're down in Florida now. They got the best price on them. I think they're still $19.99. Once you set them, that's it. You never got to touch those again. All you do is whenever you do adjustment, you adjust it right from here. Now just kind of set them up at 0 clearance. my little adjustable. I use that for setting zero lash. Okay, so now they're like zero lash. Now let's adjust the valves. Here's how I adjust the valves, and I did a video on it too. Intake open, exhaust closing. Intake open, exhaust closing. IOEC. Intake open, exhaust closing. What does that mean? Well, I'll show you what that means. Matter of fact, let me take the spark plug out again. Make it easier to turn the motor over. Basically, bring the motor around. You watch the valve motion, okay? Intake open, exhaust closing. It could be exhaust opening, intake closing. It doesn't make a difference. It's just a sequence of events. Okay, so see the rocker? Okay, there's the intake opening. Open, 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 coming up. Now exhaust is starting to open because it went through compression cycle. All right, now it's coming up. Okay, so there's your compression and now intake stroke again. Okay, so right here is basically pistons up top. You go like this, where it's just starting to open that intake. See how that one's still coming up? Now that's open. This one you know is closed. Now you adjust this valve. What do you adjust it to? 3/1000ths of an inch. So, with your feeler gauge, you can always find a 3/1000. It's the shiniest one. It's the one that always gets the most amount of use. Okay, so put your feeler gauge in there. Back off on your adjuster. And what's nice about these Champions is they got a 10mm lock nut with a little adjuster on it. And then run it through here, turn the adjuster in until you have a little bit of drag on it. You have to sometimes back off on the lock nut. So you want a light drag. A light drag. Okay, so there's a light drag. Now, this is how I do it. The most elusive wrench known to mankind. Okay, what I will do is I will hold this fitting, this adjuster right here. So we can't move because we already set it. And then snug down the locking nut. Check it again. Same amount of drag. Okay, I'm going to cycle the motor over and I'm going to check it again. Okay, intake opening, exhaust is closed. Okay, you hear a little bit of click. That sounds like 3/1000ths. You hear me now? Yep, same amount of drag. Perfect. Okay, 3/1000ths set and done. Now let's do the same for the other side. Rotate the motor a couple times. Exhaust is open, intake is closed. Now let's go back and readjust this. Back it off where it feels close. Put your tool in it. Your feeler gauge. Get your drag. You want to mimic the other side, which is right about there. That feels pretty good. Motion Pro, that makes all the motorcycle tools and all kinds of stuff. I got a bunch of Motion Pro stuff. They make I think they make a tool that's a 10mm valve adjusting tool for a 10mm nut, and it holds that. I know I've seen it. I know I've seen it somewhere. they make one, I'm going to buy one. But, I mean, I've been doing it this way for so many years. I guess it works. So hold that in place and lock it down. Now, it's not completely locked. I'm going to go back and check them, but I want to same amount of drag. Let's turn it over a couple times. Cycle it. Same amount of drag. And we're on the money. Let's check this one. Yep, perfect. Both set where they need to be. Now, I want to make sure they're snug. Michael Martinez. Watch on the big screen. Yeah, when I get home, I'm going to put it up on my 85 when I get home and watch it and see how silly I look. Matthew Lopez, start to finish. Hang in there, brother. Hang in there, brother. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. All right. Valve train set. Let's put the valve cover back on it. We can button it up. I hate leaving a motor open for any longer than you have to. Yeah, shit gets dropped, if you get something, whatever. So just button the thing back up, close her up, and move on. You know, then you know at that point you're also done with a step. I'm not going to lie and say I've thrown shit together at the end of the night because I wanted to keep it closed, and then get back in the morning. I'm talking car stuff. Start on the rest of the stuff, forget what you did, and you go to fire something up, and you know, fucking push rod isn't in, rockers aren't set. I've done that before. I'm no hero. I'm not gonna lie. I'll tell you the truth. We've all fucked up. And if you say, "Oh, I never fucked up," you're an asshole. You fucked up. You all do. That's life. If you can't admit your own mistakes, well, then you got an issue. Is that a nice thing to say? I don't know. I don't mean it to be a bad one. Valve covers. Do them by hand. Don't use a zip gun to tighten them up. You'll squeeze the gaskets out and you guarantee yourself a leak. All right. Let's put the plug back in it. So basically, motor's back together. 3 hours. All right. If I wasn't doing this on film, on a stream, and I was doing it myself, I've done this whole job in 3 hours running. Maybe 3 hours, a little more. But doing it this way, obviously it's taking a little longer. But we're not here to rush it. We're here to do it right. Right, Rick? You want your motor right, buddy? We got a good crew out here in Phoenix. Mini bike guys are good. We have a lot of fun. We ride all the time. There's guys out riding today. They're doing a street ride down to Tempe. I think Rich is out on that one, and Austin put that one, that ride on. And then John Bennett, or as Joe from Joe's Mini Bike Reunion refers to him as John Benet Ramsey. He set up a ride out west, we call 219th Avenue on the west side of town. And that's a off-road, dirt ride. So guys are doing that. And normally we do the Saturday night ride. I'm not doing it this week. One, I'm tired of doing this thing. Secondly, we still got this bullshit curfew going on. And if cops want to be, even though my bike is street legal, my mini is street legal, if cops want to be a dick with us riding out at night on mini bikes, they can use that one stupid ordinance that they put into place for this, issues that we've had this week. So I'm going to pass on riding tonight. Plus, I'm going to be beat up and tired after this. Okay, so head, valve train, valve adjustment, done. Springs done, rods in, pistons back in, cranks back in, coils on, flywheels lapped. Clearances, of course, have all been checked. All the holes have been closed up. Now it's time to make this bad boy run. So it's carburetor time. Time for the carburetor. So we got a 24 Mikuni. Fresh out of the box. Is there anything mouthful? Ah, you know what I didn't do? See? See? Preoccupying myself. Being a TV star. I always do this, and I didn't do it, and I'm glad I just thought of it now. I don't like starting the motor dry on the top end, and I always lube everything. Want to put a little lube on the trunnion, on the rocker. There we go. Now it's got a fighting chance right from the beginning. Oh, we're down to 10. We're down to 10. Let's see who's going to hang in there for the end. I'm sure there'll be a couple guys. Maybe some new guys will be tuning in. And if you just tuned in, we're doing a live build. We started about 3 hours ago. Brand new 212. Basically a stage 4, stage 5 kit. Rod, flywheel, cam, champion rockers, chromoly push rods. Doing a 24 millimeter Mikuni. We just went back into the valve cover real quick just to, oh shit. Damn. Must be getting old. When you run these champions, you have to do one of two things. You either have to run a spacer on the stock valve cover, run an aftermarket valve cover, or knock the baffle out of the original valve cover. Because the Champion Rock chromes will hit the baffle. I'm just going to knock it out really quick. I haven't put a set of champions in probably a year. I completely forgot. And usually when I do, I usually run a billet valve cover from NR Racing. Yeah, Maverick, you can see. You see the little spots right there. There, that's where the rocker hits. So that's why you got to knock this piece out. This piece knocks right out. You'd be surprised how easy those pieces just you tap them a little bit and they pull right out. There you go. Takes the baffle out, give it a little tap, and you eliminate it. I got a wide open valve cover, no clearance problems. And we're going to run a catch can, so it'll actually vent pretty good, so we'll be fine. But yeah, because the way these are, they're kind of tall, they touch right here and here. And I'm glad I remembered that. Anybody else out there run champions? I got turned on to them a couple years ago. Not that long ago, really. Matter of fact, Jason Lee, here in Phoenix, engine builder, he's the one that told me about them. And I like them. You know, they're just a one-to-one, but, you know, they're not stamped steel. They'll hold up to 32-pound springs. They're trunnion style, so they're like shaft mounted. They're kind of like on a Mopar. You know, they're mounted on a shaft. So and they work well. They work well. Michael Martinez. Yeah, I need some more viewers. Hey, Mike, if you're hanging out watching it on your TV or you got somebody else there, hit the share and just start throwing it out, sharing the link out on all the other pages that you're connected to. And I'll see if we get a little more renewed interest and get some more viewers on this thing. But I'm having a good time. It is what it is. Spencer Coastal Glass. Riding at the flat track tomorrow. You know, I live up in Anthem, and that track is 5 minutes from my house. I may actually take my my pit bike home with me and maybe ride out there in the morning and see you guys. But I don't race flat track, man. I'm getting too old for that shit. I'd rather sit in the car and, you know, throw a 4-speed around or get on my street bike and race that. But dirt bike, I'm 57 years old. Those days are done for me. Although I will go out and ride, but I can't race. Ugh. Running out of beverages. All right. Now we're set. Sorry about that little delay. That was a little F up on my part. Okay, so let's get carburetor set up here. Nice new intake manifold. New gasket. I was a little concerned I didn't see hardware. I didn't see a hardware kit. There's our hardware. Nice, nice. Stock gasket off. Probably isn't that bad, but I got this thing about reusing stock gasket, old gaskets, man. I don't know, that was instilled in me when I was a young lad in the car business, working at a mobile gas station on Long Island. Oh, I used to work with this guy, Frank. And, God, one of the best mechanics I ever knew. He's still alive. I think Frank's probably late 70s, early 80s now. But this guy was just super smart, could fabricate, could build everything. And what I didn't know about this guy until years later, when he got rid of the gas station, was the guy had an engineering degree. I mean, he was a super smart dude. And he had an engineering degree, and that's why the guy was sharp. And he built some race cars. He was an Oldsmobile nut. Always had killer 442s. And but I never knew the guy. Had an engineering degree from like New York Institute of Technology or something like that. Good school. And I ran into him years later. I got older. I went to service. I moved on. Middle 80s. I ran into him at a Wendy's one day, getting lunch. And I was like, "Hey, how's the gas station?" He goes, "I'm out of that business." He goes, I said, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I got a job with Merit Gas Stations." Now, that was a chain of gas stations back in New York years ago. And I said, "What do you do?" He goes, "Well, I designed a layout for the fuel pumps and the fire protection." I was like, "Really?" So he says to me, and I never knew this when he left, he goes, "I do have a degree in engineering." I was like, "Wait a minute, what?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I went to New York Institute of Technology." I'm like, "What the fuck were you on a gas station for?" He goes, "I like cars." And he goes, "I worked there when I was younger." And he goes, "I ended up buying it and taking it over." So he's a cool guy. Smart guy, man. One of those guys who, something break, he would just replace a part, he'd take it apart and fix it. Somebody made him a bet They were talking about a 500 cubic inch Cadillac motor. You couldn't set it up with a 4-speed and make it work in a muscle car. So he took a 67 442, took this 500 Caddy motor, took it all apart, sent the intake and the heads out to Brzezinski. Back then, they did all the cheetah work on it like they used to do for the late model NASCAR guys. They cut the intake manifold in half, reworked it, because nobody made an aftermarket intake manifold for a big block Caddy back then. They do now, though, believe it or not. And they reworked the intake. Remember, we put a 780 Holly on it. As far as bolting the tranny up, it'll bolt up a turbo 400. So you could bolt up a regular bell housing, and he, bolted up a big block Chevy bell housing to it. We ran an M22 in the thing, a rock crusher. Went back to a 12 bolt with 48 gears. He made his own headers, did his own head work, port work. There was a race shop on Long Island back in the day called High Tune Automotive, owned by a guy named Dennis Quintoni, who was a friend of mine. He did the machine work on a motor. Long story short, fucking Cadillac motored Oldsmobile was a torque monster. You could be 40 miles an hour, cruise in third gear, and lay into it. It would just crack the tires loose, and the thing would just, it was amazing. I left, I grew, I went in the Navy, I moved on, and I knew he had the car for years at his house, and so what I'm getting at is I ran into him, probably late 80s, early 90s, and I said, what happened to that Cadillac? The Caddy motor in the olds. He goes, my son still has it. And that was probably, that's going back 20, 25 years ago. 25 years ago, at least. And he goes, yeah, my son still has it. So that was it. But it was a good place to work. It was your old traditional square mobile gas station. It was a factory style store, which was, they were tin covered buildings basically. 2 bays, little office, little storeroom in the back, and a bathroom. And then it had an island out front had 2 islands out front, 2 pumps and 2 pumps. And I was a mechanic and I used to pump gas. It's a lot of fun. Good time to grow up and be a kid back in the 70s and 80s. But anyway, we had this other mechanic that worked there, he was a little older than me. Hell of a guy. He was missing his left hand. No, he was missing he drove a stick. He was missing his right hand, right here. Lost it in an accident. I'd watch this guy work on cars, one-handed, and he would do this. He had this pouch he used to wear. He used to keep his sockets and stuff in there. He'd grab it, and he'd take his stump, and he would hold it, he'd swap the things out like that, and one hand, boom, boom, boom. He could do more with one hand than I could do with 2. Amazing guy, amazing guy. Had a killer 69 Camaro, had a 427 in it, 12 bolt, had a 4-speed in it, and he had this, it was just a straight shifter with a big wing nut on the top. And he had this attachment he put on his arm when he was racing. Normal driving, he could just drive it with the stump and just push it around. And but he had this thing that would go on, he'd strap it on his arm, and it was a Heim joint. He'd take the wing nut off, drop his arm on the thing, put the wing nut back on. Now his arm and his shifter were one piece of linkage. My hero for driving and racing a 4-speed is Ronnie Socks. You older guys, you younger guys aren't going to know. But any guys who are a little bit older know who Ronnie Socks is. He was known as Mr. 4-speed. That guy shifted a 4-speed so fast it sounded like an automatic. Okay? His old Hemi Cudas. It was an old Sox and Martin race team. And I knew Buddy Martin. He's still alive. Ronnie passed away from cancer about 10, 12 years ago. I knew Ronnie. I actually had one of his cars at one time. I sold it at Barrett Jackson about 5, 6 years ago. It was a 68 Hemi Cuda. A Sox and Martin, red, white, blue. But this guy, this mechanic guy I used to work with, you get in a car with him, he'd throw that thing with his stump and that attachment. You thought you were an automatic. Guy was amazing. Things you remember growing up, right? All right, I gotta stop talking. I gotta get working. Okay, so intake manifolds mounted. Sean, yeah, I know you're 51 and you're flat track, dude. I get it. I probably could, but I'd probably be a vegetable the next day, or at least the first couple of days of doing it. I'd rather just go out there and film you guys and watch. But I do appreciate it. All right, let's get this carburetor mounted up. And one of the things I do with this carburetor is I'll lightly mount it. Then I'm going to pull the slide out of it. I want to look down and align it. You see how this carburetor can move around? I want to get the thing aligned. So it's not like, here's the opening and then the carburetor is down here, so you have a, you got a wall that the air is hitting coming in. So you want to stay on top of that and do that. But we're getting close, we're getting close, we're getting close. Woo! Another thing too is you want to check and see what position the slide's in. You always want to start with it in the middle. All right. All right. The old flashlight. Adjust it. See, if you don't do this, what happens is the carburetor ends up out of line with the intake manifold, and you end up with what I call a shelf, where the intake manifold is here, the carburetor lines up here, and you got this much material sticking up for the air to hit. So you have what's called a shelf. And I just make sure I get the bore lined up and get the carburetor straight, and that's perfect right there. That is snug. Close the carburetor back up. All right. Take a look and see where this needle's set. Right in the middle, right where it should be. Good place to start. You know, a lot of people bitch about these Chinese Makunis. Let me tell you something. If you know how to tune a carburetor, you can make them work. I got no problems with them. I got them on every bike but one. And every one of them are dialed in. They work well. All right, so that's done. That's done. That's done. Man, we're getting close. We are getting close. Okay, so let's get fuel tank back on. Let's get fuel line run. And we're good at that point. Matt, where do you get the shirts from? If you go on, I don't want you to leave the stream, but if you go to Muscle Mini Bike Builds, to the page on Facebook, there's a link. And then if you go to like one of my other videos, you'll find a link to the shirts at the bottom. If you're local, I sell them here out of my shop. If you're not local, go through the link in one of my other videos, and I'm going to put a link in this video when it's all done. And you order them direct from Teespring, and they drop ship right to you. So that's how you get t-shirts, stickers, and that kind of stuff too. It was easier for me to set up a drop ship account where you buy them and they get shipped to you than try to mail them out to people. It's a pain in the neck. And then the mail lately has been horrendous. Okay, so let's do an extension on this fuel. Actually, I'm not gonna use the fuel tank yet. I'm gonna use a test tank for this one. Use a test tank for braking. Okay. So we're gonna end up having to hook up a breather. All right, let's get the side cover on. Keeps the motor from flopping over to one side. Alright, so let's get recoil back on. You know, when you have one of these things apart, just take a look at the recoil, make sure you're okay. I have seen them screw up right from the get-go. Somebody's out there with a weed whacker. Hopefully it's not creating too much background noise. I can't tell. It's like I don't have the volume on the screen because it's delayed. It would be fucking annoying. A lot of guys leave these cooling fins off. You're running the drag bike, you're only riding at short distances, no issue at all. It's going to be a bike you're going to be riding. Put the tins on, they make a big difference. And they keep that air passing across the head. You know, for a short blast, it's no big deal, but you're riding 15, 20 minutes and cruising along, and you don't have this air getting extracting the heat away from the cylinder head. It will come back to hurt you eventually because the head is going to run hot. Anything on the street, run all the tins. Air-cooled motors are very susceptible to temperature changes. And to give you an idea, I was a big VW guy for a while too, air-cooled V-dubs. Pre-67 stuff, I didn't like newer bugs. They had to be older cars. And that was crucial to a V-dub motor if it was a street motor. Run every piece of tin on the motor you're supposed to have. It makes a huge difference the way the motor's going to perform in temperature. And a lot of people don't realize that. The other thing that's crucial with air-cooled motors, especially V-dub motors, if we're talking about that, are ignition timing and valve adjustment. On air-cooled motor, valve adjustment is crucial. The other thing I like to do on air-cooled motors, and I do it to all my motors, especially new braking motors, is I always put, and even motors that I ride on the street, I always put an ounce or two of Marlboro mystery oil in the gas. And the reason I do that is, it's like those old school top-end lubers that they used to have back in the day where it would mist a little bit of more mixture oil into the top end of the motor underneath the intake manifold. And they were there for a reason, because they actually worked. So on these motors, I do put a little more mixture oil in the gas. Especially on a brand new motor for a brand new start. It's not going to hurt anything. It's not going to ruin anything. A couple things we got to do here is I got to run a throttle. I got a test stand set up here, so I just got to hook up the throttle. I got to hook up the fuel line, put a little fuel in the tank. And then it's going to be ready to fire up in about 10 minutes, maybe less. One thing I like to do is basically it's at the point now you put gas in it. Theoretically, it should start right up. Make sure you got spark. Got a little tester here, had for years. No spark, ignition on. And we got spark. Woo! All right. All right, so let me clean up some of this here, some of the shit out of our way. I ain't touching any of this stuff when I'm done until after the weekend. Monday I'll deal with the aftermath. I hope you guys that are hanging in there are enjoying it. I know I am. You know, hanging out in the shop, getting something done. Maybe it's boring watching on the other side. I don't know. I watch stuff all the time. There's a couple of good YouTube channels I watch, like Tyrell Fixes All. Man, I watch that guy all the time. He's funny as hell with his fake teeth and his goofy hair. But he knows his shit though in small engine repair. The guy knows how to fix anything. That's one good channel to watch. Of course, I watch the Cars and Camera guys and Redbeard Garage and those guys, and there's a bunch of others. Another channel you might want to look for. This guy's pretty cool. He's out of New Hampshire, and the channel is Mustie1, M-U-S-T-I-E, the number 1. The guy's name is Chris. He's a Volkswagen guy too, and he's got a couple 100,000 subscribers now. He does really well. Did everything out of his house for a while, and then about a year ago moved into a shop. And does all kinds of shit. Mini bikes, go-karts, cars, lawnmower, you name it. The guy will take it apart and fix it. And his videos are long, but they're start to finish. No fancy intro, nothing. Just turns on, and he's working. The camera's just on the job, and you'll see him a little bit. But it's a good channel to watch. And you pick up some shit from guys like that. It's like, that's an easier way than I would do it. And that's what I like about this stuff. And that's what I like about YouTube. We're all in it for the hobby and the fun, right? So, like I said, I hope you guys are enjoying where we're at. Okay, I'm gonna give the motor a quick bolt down. I got 2 nuts welded in underneath this plate, so I can bolt this thing in quickly for testing purposes. I should have put 4 in. I'm going to. You got to really snug down the 2, otherwise this thing will vibrate to hell. We're getting close to firing this bad boy up. Make it a 1/2 inch. But like I was saying, there are some cool guys out there with doing some cool videos and some cool builds and some neat stuff. A bunch of guys are on the our Facebook page as well. And if you're not a member of Muscle Mini Bike Builds, sign up, join up. 5 toolboxes in the shop. One back there, rollaway there, another rollaway you don't see here off camera. My engine building stuff is in this box. I got another big one in the house. You never seem to scale down. There, we got a little problem with the nut. Loose nut behind the wheel. I always got to keep a half-inch wrench nearby with the stand, because sometimes you got to retighten the motor like 2 or 3 times when the motor's running. All of a sudden it'll just start vibrating all to hell. I'm gonna put 2 more bolts in the thing, and then I'm actually gonna make them grade 8, fine thread, so you can really wrench them down. This metal to metal is solid mount. It does get a good amount of vibration into it. But it works. I hated to throw this thing out when my buddy had it. I was like, nah, I can make something with it. I had no idea what I was going to do with it, but I know I could do something with it. Woo! All right. Let's get this carburetor set up. So I can't tell you how many times I've run short on a throttle cable on a build and have to rape it from this thing. So this is like my backup throttle cable supply shop. Like, shit, I need a Makuni cable. I'll take it off the stand. So it's bailed my butt out a few times. Carburetor's hooked up. Crankcase vent. Let's get a little fuel in our little gas jug here. So they go fill up the gas jug. Always has a little drip out of the vent, but you got to turn it upside down to start. There we go. All right. Well, we're moments away. So for the guys that tuned out, oh well. For the guys that stayed tuned in, thank you for your support. I appreciate it. And I mean that. I really do. I'm sure you guys will be doing something else on a Saturday afternoon. Watching some of your motor put a motor together. Your woke. All right. So, what do we got here? Out of the way. All we got left to do is put oil in it. You were saying you didn't put oil in it. We're not going to say anything. You didn't put oil in it. Yeah. I got my ass covered, trust me. For braking, I do not like using synthetic oil. You want to let the motor eat a little bit and break in. So I use Pennzoil GT Performance Racing Oil. It's high in zinc. It's 2050. It's good oil for braking. I don't do braking until after a couple hours of running time, you know, for a new motor. There's my funnel. As far as oil, 14 ounces. That's what I put in, 14 ounces. On these, it's easier to figure out because they're 32 ounces. You just run it, I run it right down. Oil's a little on the thicker side, but it's good oil. It's great out here in the summer when it's 100 degrees, 110 degrees out, and you're riding and you're hammering these things. That's the only reason I like it, but it has a high zinc content, which is makes oil slippery and good for braking. That's 8 ounces right there. It's 10. Ounces. Right on the money. Then what I'll do is, if this motor breaks in, I'll dump it. I'll put the rest of this in. And then Rick, if you're watching, I'm going to dump this oil after break-in. And then I'm going to put fresh oil in by the time you pick up the bike. And then ride on that for 2 hours and then change it out again. All right, let's open the fuel line, get some fuel into the carburetor. Here comes the fuel. Fill the bowl. Bowl's full. I'll shut the fuel off just so it fires up. All right, so before I pull start this thing, I'm gonna take a little minute break. How many pulls till it starts? Put a number up. Let's see. First guy that gets it right after it runs, I'll send you a set of decals. Watching. Okay, Terry Baker, 3. Come on, it's 12 of you guys watching. There you go, there you go. 4, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2. 2. Some of you guys got confidence. I'm not going to toot my own horn, but the last one I did start in the first pull. First pull. But who knows? All right, we got no fuel leaks. Fuel line's full. A couple bubbles coming out right there, which is what you want to see. Looking good. Throttle's freed up. Switch is on. Choke is on. Are we ready? Let's see who has confidence to say 1. Eric, my man. There you go. He's got confidence in me. He says 1. I'm going to say 2. I'm going to say 2. All right. Let's see what we got. Here we go. But I gotta put the exhaust on. My mistake. Might have been one if I had the throttle right. You notice the idle's a little high too. But we might have gotten away on one pull if I whacked the throttle a little bit more as I was yanking. But we're going to go with 2. And the first person to 2 is Spencer, Coastal Glass. Oh, by the way, that gasoline does have a little bit of more finished oil in it. I know you didn't see me pour it in, but the jug that I used was one I mixed the other day for another motor I did. All right, so I think that idle's a little up there. Just readjust that idle. All right, here we go. All right, let's see what's up with the throttle. I have to change the throttle cable out because it seems to be under a lot of tension. I don't know why. Hang on a second. Let me do one quick adjustment. It doesn't seem like the throttle's dropping all the way down. I want to just check something here real quick. There we go. I think we're all right now. Let's try this again. I want to make sure this thing's completely bottomed out. Vents open. There it is. It's got to be dialed in, but it runs. I want to change the jetting, check a couple other things on it. We'll get it set up. This stand is noisy as hell. That's not the motor making the noise. There's a top plate that's bolted to the back, and the thing just vibrates all the hell when you have a motor on it running. I got to figure out a way to isolate it. But there it is. 4 hours later, start to finish, unboxing to build is good. Spencer gets the decal set. He nailed it. First one, I think, to come up with number 2. Yeah, he was. And just reach out for me, send me a message. I'll get him in the mail to you. That's it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Let me know. Leave some good comments below. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe to the page. And that's it. I'm tired. I need a beer. But I'm happy the way everything came out. I do want to open the carburetor up, take a look at the jetting, because I can tell it's way out of whack. We got to mess around with it. But it's at the point that it's running. Let's see what the oil looks like. Clean. Let me give it one more pull start. Let's see if she's a one-star pony. Shit. All right, well, she pulls some fuel. Now I gotta start it up. That's basically flooded. That's it. All right, guys. I want to say goodbye. Say thank you. Hope you enjoyed it. I know I did. I'll do it again next time with something else. Try to get it, the technical issues worked out earlier so we have no problems. But subscribe to the channel. Anybody wants t-shirts, go to one of my other videos or check back on this video later. I'll put a link down below how to order them. Follow us on Instagram. Hit the subscribe. Hit the notification bell. You know the drill. All right, guys. Have a good one. Take care. Okay, how do you stop it? Let's figure this one out. Later, guys.